Guys, come back. Guys, come back.
Make sheep noises. Students, like I'm hurting them.
More 強く言って。押してきてもいいよ。プッシュプッシュで。Okay, let's get started. Right? I'm not going to wait anymore. All right. Okay, let's get started. This is the last keynote lecture for this conference, and I'm going to introduce the speaker, Dr. Phil Steinberg. Actually, I've known him for many years, and we have been in the circle of political geographer. So that's why I invited him. So Phil is U Arctic Chair in Political Geography at Durham University, where he directs the Durham Arctic Research Center for Training and Interdisciplinary Collaboration, and IGU, Durham University's Center for Border Research. He has published widely on oceans and islands, and more broadly on the political construction of territory beyond the limits of land. He has authored or edited 7 books, including The Social Construction of the Ocean, Contesting the Arctic, Politics and Imaginaries in the Circumpolar North, Territory Beyond Terror, and most recently, the Routledge Handbook, Ocean Space. And the title of his lecture is The Disappearing Island, Land, Liquid, and the Liminal in the Ocean Environment. Please welcome Phil Steinberg.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Yamazaki-san. And thanks to all the people who've helped out with this conference, and to all of you for coming, too, both here and online. It's actually been nice coming home to island studies a little bit. I'm more of an ocean person than an island person, and I guess we'll talk about that. Are those different things? Are those the same things? Where does the intersection sit between them? But whether or not they should be different people, they are somewhat different people, and it's nice being on this side. I like it. Let's see, what else? Few things. First of all, I mean, this paper I'll be presenting today is, in one sense, it's about as classic as you can get in island studies, because it kind of engages maybe the oldest and maybe kind of stale question in island studies of what is an island. And, at the most kind of banal level, it's, well, is Australia, is Greenland, how big, at what point does an island become a continent? And don't worry, I'm not going to go there, okay? Just to make you feel okay. But at another level, it actually is about what is an island, not just about the relationship between land and water, which is where we usually think of how do you make that distinction, or between body of land and continent, but also between different forms of water, and what point does water actually even become land, which you can think through swamps and estuaries and tidal flats and all sorts of things like that. But you can also think of it through sea ice, which is what I largely do. And actually, a lot of my work is looking at sea ice to complicate how we think of all these landforms in the Western legal imagination, in indigenous practices, obviously in icy regions, so not particularly around here, but in the Arctic for sure. And of course, it gets into issues of climate change. Not directly from that title, The Disappearing Island. It probably sounds like I'm going to be talking a lot about climate change and sea level rise. I'm actually not going to. At the same time, I hope that the conceptual questions that I bring up by talking about sea ice and ice islands engages a lot of those same questions that we need to think about when thinking about climate change, about the Anthropocene, about how changes in the world around us complicate the divisions that are taken for granted in Western ontologies in particular, and in particular Western law, because I very often look at how the world is organized through legal systems. Let's see. Also, I do want to kind of put a shout out to Johanna Brunn at University of Birmingham, who, this is my paper. It's based in part on some work we've done together. So I think she deserves an acknowledgement. I didn't ask to go last of the keynoters, but I actually think it works out quite well. In an interesting way, I think I hopefully bookend Godfrey's introduction in the sense that Godfrey sort of raised all these key issues that are out there in island studies, and I think I'll be bringing them up again in a very different way, but I think hopefully they sort of round things out nicely. That's the good part about going last. The bad part about going last is everyone's kind of tired, and then on top of that, I'm right before lunch. So I'm going to try to wake you up, okay? And I'm going to wake you up, hopefully, I can't guarantee that, by talking about something I haven't heard anyone mention it at all in this conference, that one role of the island and one way that we think of islands and give more presence almost to the island imaginary is through murder mysteries. When you think about it, there are a whole lot of murder mysteries set on islands for all sorts of interesting reasons. Of course, they're difficult places to escape in the imaginary of the isolated island, of course. They're places of savagery, which actually did come out in a few of the papers. So I'm going to start with a murder mystery. And a murder mystery, first mystery is how do I advance? Ooh, yeah, okay. A murder mystery that actually happened on July 16th, 1970. Because on that day, this man, Mario Escamilla, found that a 15-gallon jug of homemade raisin wine was missing from his home. And he was actually pretty sure what happened to it. He was pretty sure that it was taken by a neighbor of his named Porky Levitt, because they sort of had a history with each other, and Levitt was, well, sort of a mean drunk, and apparently quite a frequent drunk as well. And there was an incident a few weeks earlier where Levitt had also stolen some of Escamilla's alcohol, and they got into an altercation, and actually Levitt attacked Escamilla with a meat cleaver. So Escamilla was pretty sure what was going on again. So Escamilla went over to Levitt's home to try to retrieve that raisin wine, and he found Levitt there. And Porky Levitt was drinking the wine together with another neighbor of theirs, Benny Lightsey. Actually, they had mixed the homemade raisin wine with 180 proof grain alcohol and grape juice. That's actually not relevant to the story at all, but it just sounds gross, so I thought I'd put it in. And anyway, Escamilla, yelled at Lightsey and Levitt and said, give this back to me. He actually did take what was remaining of the raisin wine, brought it back to his place, and then a few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. And Escamilla figured, okay, this is going to be Porky Levitt coming back, continuing the altercation. There was that thing with the meat cleaver a few weeks earlier. So before answering the door, Escamilla grabbed a loaded rifle, answered the door, but actually it wasn't Porky Levitt, it was Benny Lightsey who had come back to reason with him. They didn't reason. They got into a scuffle. Eventually, the rifle accidentally discharged, and Benny Lightsey lay dead on the floor. So this isn't a mystery in the sense of who did it. It was very clear. That's everything I just said was completely uncontested. But the mystery is where it happened, because it happened here on a place known as T3, or Fletcher's Ice Island, which at the time was a 50 square kilometer, 30-meter thick slab of glacial ice. T3 probably calved off of Ellesmere Island, the northernmost island of Canada, in the 1930s. Then in the late 40s, shortly after World War II, the U.S. Air Force was looking for basically a chunk of ice that could be used as a cold weather research station. The Soviet Union had had such stations since the 30s, and actually Russia still has one today, Borneo, near the North Pole. And the US thought, well, we should have one too. So they sent out surveying planes. The planes actually found 3 candidates, T1, T2, and T3. But for various reasons, T3 was chosen as the best of them. So T3 was occupied more or less permanently from 1952 to 1979. Some points it was run by the Navy, some points by the Air Force. Usually there were about 20 to 30 civilian researchers based on T3. They were doing a mix of cryospheric research, a lot looking at actually the structure of ice, like how ice crystals form, sort of geochemical work on that could be useful for doing ice engineering. And then they were doing work on, more generally, on the Arctic environment, a lot of meteorological work, and also some work on how sound propagates under sea ice, which of course is incredibly useful for anti-submarine warfare, which was growing, of course, during the Cold War. So, and I actually have a track. This is actually so basically from 1952 to 1960, it more or less, and this is not what's shown on here, but basically T3 kind of drifted off of Canada over toward Alaska. In 1960, it actually grounded off the coast of Alaska and was abandoned as a research station. And then a year and a half later or so, they noticed that actually it was moving again. It had become dislodged. And so what this shows is the track from the sort of the second era of T3 from May 1962, if you can read that there. And then basically from 1963 through 68, it did this orbit around the Beaufort Gyre, and then from 68 to 74, made its way actually sort of back home, as it were, to Ellesmere Island. Then what happened in around 74, the scientists realized that it was now headed up over the north of Greenland, and it was realized it was going to come over Greenland, and if this could be modeled because of ocean currents, it was going to come over the north of Greenland and then down into the Fram Strait between Greenland and Iceland, where it was going to melt into the North Atlantic. So the T3 was mostly abandoned in 1974. There were a few more visits to T3 between 74 and 79 when it was up around here. And then, as I said, like 5 years after that, it went over Greenland, and T3 is no more. But anyway, on that date in 1970, T3 was located about here, so about 200 nautical miles west of Ellesmere Island. And that, of course, led to, 200 nautical miles, so far outside Canadian territorial waters. This was 1970, so it was before UNCLOS, but there was still kind of a norm of either a 3 or a 12 nautical mile territorial water at that time. So it was clearly far outside Canada's territorial waters, which then led to the question, who has jurisdiction? Who gets to try Escamilla? What law applies here? And in one sense, that looks fairly simple, because if you look, you see there's an American flag flying over the base, but in fact, you can't just plant a flag and claim territory. If you could, countries would do it all over the place. There are, of course, specific situations like a ship where a flag does have that meaning of claiming territory, but it doesn't other places, and certainly doesn't here in what's technically the middle of the ocean. So before I go further into sort of these sovereignty issues, I just kind of want to point to some of the things that are at play here, because I've actually worked with T3 in one way or another for quite a while in a lot of different contexts. I think it gets us in a lot of ways thinking about the combination of how the ocean moves, but also how we move across the ocean and then place ourselves in the ocean. And again, it's easy to think of that with vessels, but this complicates the story in a way that I think can be very fruitful. It also leads to all sorts of questions about the relationship between Inuit mobilities and Western mobilities through navigation and Western ideas of territory and where those all link in together. It also, given how it sort of complicates the ice-water divide, I've used it as a way of trying to think about how Western law tries to fix the ocean's materiality into sort of conceptually the opposite of land and what that means and all that. And actually then how that supports an extractive economy. And I've looked at that in particular in the Norwegian situation where the ice-water divide has all kinds of important meanings for extraction. So T3 can help us think about all those things. But I had actually never before preparing this talk really thought about how T3 also helps us think about islands. But I think it does, because it also complicates the idea of what an island is. And what I'm going to kind of, I don't know if you'd call it an argument, but what I'm at least going to sort of put out there today is that, in fact, a lot of these questions surrounding T3, and in particular the jurisdictional question surrounding ischemia, that they actually speak to many of the core questions and debates of island studies that actually we've been hearing about over the past 3 days. So if we ask this question, really like where was T3 and what was T3, because those two very much work together, I think it engages all these sorts of key dialectics that have come up, hopefully, I think probably every paper I've heard today has addressed at least one of these points, and many have addressed many of them. So, do we think of an island as the opposite of the ocean, as antithetical to what makes the ocean ocean, which of course is a classic way of defining an island, or in fact is it part of the oceanic essence? Do we think of islands as isolated or connected? I mean, of course, the answer to all of these are both, just to be totally clear here. Do we think of oceans as pacifist utopias, or in fact, do we think of them as dystopias, places of militarism, of militarization, of even a barbarian, places beyond civilization? Do we think of them as, just kind of like real everyday places, or is the power of an island in that we imagine it as an island, and hence then they're places of further imagination? Do we think of them as almost ideal types of sovereignty? Again, one of the reasons why there's so few divided islands, to go back to Godfrey's beginning talk. Or do we think of them as exceptions to sovereignty? And we've certainly heard a lot of examples of how islands sort of push the binary of sovereign and non-sovereign that defines our world map. So kind of taking it down a level from this level of abstraction, if we look at some of the ways in which T3 was, some of the arguments made for T3 that had to be made so that you could solve the jurisdictional problem. Because remember, this is all being driven by this very specific legal question, who gets to try ischemia, or who has to try ischemia, because really nobody wanted to. What was T3? Well, was it a part of the ocean? Under international law, that's actually the most straightforward reading. Even though it, of course, was glacial ice, and it was frozen, and it was not the way we usually think of ocean as a sort of featureless space you go across. In international law, those distinctions don't really matter. I mean, UNCLOS, and again, that's a little bit out of sync because UNCLOS happened after 1970, but most of this is basically true even with the first conventions on the law of the sea from 1958. The ocean is basically defined as everything that is seaward of coastal baselines. Actually, I'm not even sure UNCLOS ever mentions water. It's a little like a fish not knowing water. I'm actually not sure UNCLOS ever uses the word water. I've never searched for that. But, it would, because there's territorial waters and things like that. But water as an element, as a materiality, I'm actually not sure ever appears in the law of the sea, which itself is fascinating when you start thinking about legal abstractions in a Western mindset. So, of course, UNCLOS does mention some specific features in the ocean, ships, rocks, islands. These all have specific legal statuses. But beyond that, the ocean is just the space beyond a baseline. And so, yeah, in international law, that would be the most straightforward reading. The problem is that that doesn't solve the jurisdictional problem at all. So in effect, what that would be is kind of, if you could imagine two people are swimming in international waters and one of them drowns the other, who has sovereignty. That's basically what was going on here. So yeah, you could view it as ocean, but that wouldn't help things one bit. What about considering that it is actually, or was actually, a glacier that had calved off of Canada? You could look at it that way, but as I've already mentioned, international law doesn't really look at the materiality of the ocean. Additionally, Canada actually sent a diplomatic note to the United States shortly after the shooting and said, yeah, we know it was a piece of Canada once, it's not now, we don't want it. And actually Canada also noted, yes, we also happen to be the country that is closest to T3, but, geographically at the time of the shooting, but they also said that any claims that could be drawn based on either of those things, we reject. They basically said in the note. And they actually said in the note to the US, they said, well, why don't you call it a vessel? Why don't you call it a ship? Because after all, international law already has a provision for kind of temporary extraterritory at sea in a flagged vessel. So it's like, okay, we know it wasn't really a vessel, but why don't you just call it a vessel, and then you won't be making any precedent in terms of drawing lines in the sea, which is what the US really wanted to avoid. And that would just sort of call it an honorary ship. The problem there is that under maritime law, the flag state of a ship or vessel is responsible for making sure that that vessel doesn't hinder navigation of other vessels. And of course, you can't steer an ice sheet. And as we all know from Titanic, ships and ice don't always mix really well. So the U.S. actually, it could have been a serious liability issue if T3, when it had gone down the Fram Strait and it was classified as a ship, if it had caused a shipwreck, that actually would have been the U.S.'s fault for not maintaining its quote-unquote ship well. So the U.S. really didn't like that solution at all. And then, of course, and you probably all saw this coming, what about calling it an island? The problem there are a few problems. First of all, from the U.S. perspective, and I've already alluded to this, going back to about 1800 or so, really like the key principle of U.S. approaches toward the ocean was freedom of navigation. And that meant basically trying to make it as difficult as possible to put barriers in the sea, to create territories in the sea. And even now, actually, the U.S. is very averse to things that actually could be very good from a U.S. perspective in the sense of gathering resources, but they've been very cagey on that. So, yeah, once you start calling chunks of ice islands, then what's to stop every country from claiming a chunk of ice and putting its flag on it and saying, now you can't navigate around here? That would have all kinds of implications for U.S. both commercial and military mobility. So they really didn't like that. Another possibility would be to consider it as sort of a provisional island. I'm not sure anyone's actually referred to the Guano Islands Act. I assumed it would have gotten mentioned by now, but I don't actually think it has. In 1856, the U.S. passed the Guano Islands Act, which allowed the U.S. to temporarily assert sovereignty over uninhabited islands, basically just long enough to mine all the guano and then get out. And so that's a kind of temporary, non-possessable, provisional island status. Maybe that could work. But still, the Guano Islands Act wasn't meant for islands that provisionally existed. It was meant for provisional sovereignty over permanent islands. And so again, starting to, no pun intended, create a slippery slope between a permanent island structure and something else that you're calling islandish could again lead to all sorts of lines and barriers being established in the sea. And then the final possibility was, what about just basically call it a legal vacuum, a void? Say that it happened nowhere. So territory only occurred on the lands that then Escamilla was brought to. problem there is that actually the US was very much involved as a territorial actor in a lot of ways. They were, of course, doing military research where they wanted state protection. They wanted US law to apply for like intellectual property that's being done there. They were actually making territory in a lot of ways through the scientific research, thinking about how ICE could be turned into a territorial actor. And then the other problem with that non-space solution is that Escamilla, and I'll talk about this more in a minute, but when he was apprehended eventually, he was first brought to Thule Air Force Base on Greenland, which, because Escamilla was a civilian, the status of forces agreement between Denmark and the US wouldn't have applied. That would have sort of kept him under US law, in which case he would have basically first been captured by the state system by Denmark and would have been tried under Danish law. And similarly, Denmark was like, no, we don't want any part of this. This is not our problem. So none of these solutions really worked well, but of course, they still needed a solution. But before I get into how this was solved, I also want to deal with who are the islanders. Because, of course, when you talk about islands, you can't forget that people live there. Now, obviously, this is a different sort of island and a very different sort of population than what we've been talking about. But again, there are people, and I think they're quite significant. So, first of all, Benny Lightsey, the guy on the left, the one who was murdered, was a U.S. Air Force veteran from Louisville, Kentucky, was a meteorologist, and in fact was the station chief. So, in a sense, he was the boss of both of both Leavitt and Escamilla, which is one of the reasons why he tried to solve the dispute when he went back to Escamilla's cabin. He was actually an employee of the National Weather Service. Everyone, because although it was military, it was a range of federal agencies were involved. So Lightsey was a National Weather Service employee who was the station chief for T3. Escamilla was an electronics actually still is an electronics technician from Santa Barbara, California, and he was working on a contract for General Motors there. And Porky Leavitt was a maintenance worker from what was then called Barrow, now Utqiagvik, in northern Alaska, and was employed by the US Navy, but as a civilian. And so at the time of the shooting, these three men shared T3 with 16 other men, so there were a total population of 19 at the time. At that point, T3 was a U.S. Air Force research station, but largely operated on a contract to the University of Washington, which handled most of the scientific stuff. So who were they, given that? They were employees. That's sort of what I just sort of gave was their employment status. They were Americans. That actually ends up being significant in a lot of ways, and certainly that was part of their identity there. Not only were they actually American citizens, but of course they were there doing work for the United States to advance U.S. interests. They were scientists, which actually is, in a way, they may have had more in common with the scientists on Borneo, the Soviet research station, than they did with many Americans on the proper territory of the United States. Soldiers, not technically. As I mentioned, they were all civilians. Everybody there was a civilian employee. But of course, they were doing work that was guided by the U.S. military and by U.S. military priorities. And at some level, they answered to U.S. military order, although not to military law, because that would have then solved the jurisdiction issue. But again, they were civilians. So civilians, yes, literally, in the sense that they were not soldiers, they were civilians. But of course, civilians, implies that you're of civilization, that you're of society. And they were and they weren't. They were sort of put into this very alternate society out on T3. And again, when you think of that whole imagination of the island as a place beyond society, beyond civilization, an untamed, savage land, in some sense, they were kind of barbarians beyond the limits of civilization, and were certainly constructed that way, in particular in how the press covered this. The T3 killing actually got a fair amount of popular press in the US, at least, in the early 1970s, because, of course, it's such a weird, story that kind of makes you think. And a lot of other reasons, too, because, of course, it also speaks to American pride at the same time. It's, look, we can go to, the North Pole and kill each other there. Isn't that cool? But it also does show, but, of course, it's also just intriguing. That's why I hoped it would wake you all up. And but of course, the other part of the barbarian whole thing beyond civilization was through a very kind of racial coding of what was going on there, because of course, ideally, barbarians, don't look like us. And of course, in the US imagination, us looks white. So the fact that you could racially code these people as others helped build this whole narrative of this as a space beyond normalcy. And I think this actually is something that happens a lot with islands, whether it's the cause of, say, islands being, say, asylum destinations or places of asylum detention centers, or whether it results from that. Certainly the narrative kind of, they work into each other, they support each other. So Polar Record, which, by the way, is not like a trashy tabloid, it's probably the preeminent academic journal in polar studies, edited out of Cambridge University's Scott Polar Research Institute. So it's big science. Anyway, Polar Record, a few years after the shooting, had an article by a law scholar who mentioned totally gratuitously, without sort of saying there was any point to it, because of course there wasn't, that this involved a Mexican-American, a Negro, and an Eskimo. In the press coverage, these sorts of things continued, especially for Escamilla, because of course he was the one who actually got tried. Lightsey was dead, and Levitt was just sort of not there. So Escamilla was described in Time magazine as the pudgy, bespectacled Mexican-American from Santa Barbara, and the New York Times added with mutton chop sideburns and a goatee. So they're adding, they're kind of creating this image of them. And Time magazine actually took that even further by not just sort of pointing to the people as beyond civilization, but actually pointing to the place as out of this world, quite literally. If the first astronaut, this is actually how the article began, if the first astronaut on Mars took that one giant step and then brained his partner with a big red rock, what country could try him? Who could prosecute the hijacker of a spaceship bound for Alpha Centauri? And this then got combined with the gendering as well, because of course this was an all-male space, which made it even more sort of special as a space beyond civilization. So there was a blog post written many years later by one of the scientists who was there at the time, and he actually, in this blog post, didn't reflect on the shooting, but reflected on a year or two later, the University of Washington brought the first female researchers onto T3. And here was his reflection on that. Shortly after the shooting in 1971 or 72, I've read both versions, the University of Washington had allowed women one year and it didn't turn out well. Think many men behaving badly over a couple of women. The only women within thousands of miles. It was the winter when the camp expanded to about 40 people. 2 women, apparently the women aren't people. And did I mention guns and alcohol? What's interesting, though, is there was an oral history project where these women were interviewed, and they had completely different recollections. They didn't talk about it as this scary all-male space. So he was actually constructing his own sort of thing of I am the barbarian, and this is this barbarian fantasy kind of beyond civilization. But this keeps coming up because every couple of years, some journalist stumbles upon T3 and decides it'd be a neat thing to write a story about. So Slate magazine had a story in 2020 where they talked about just 19 smelly dudes with little to do but stare at one another and drink. As a result, T3 attracted some real misfits at times, including alcoholics and weirdos. Anyway, the U.S. did claim jurisdiction in the end, and they did it through a few means. The principle of personal jurisdiction is a sort of broad principle in international law that says if there's not any clear territory for determining jurisdiction, you can do it by the people. And in this case, Levitt didn't really matter, but Lightsey and Escamilla were both U.S. citizens, so it was pretty clear where the personal jurisdiction goes. But maybe at least as interesting is that that needed to be still backed by something in U.S. code. And there what they turn to is the U.S. code has something called Special Maritime and Territorial Jurisdiction. This was first written into code in 1906, originally just for vessels, and then expanded to aircraft and spacecraft, that when you're on or over the high seas and there's no clear state, federal law applies. And actually, in the original, it was vessels and then land controlled by the U.S. but outside a specific U.S. state, like an overseas fort or embassy or base, or a Guano Island. Those were mentioned there as well. And actually, this was as much to say federal law applies as opposed to any state law, as in the 50 states of the United States, as it was kind of making a determination in terms of U.S., not someone else. But it had that function either way. And so in the in the end, Escamilla was, as I said, he and the rifle and Lightsey's body were brought to Tulay Air Force Base and then flew to Dulles Airport in Virginia next to Washington, D.C. And since that's where he was first sort of landed in the U.S., he was tried in the Eastern District Court of Virginia and was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, effectively saying, we know you didn't mean to murder the guy, but nonetheless, and yes, you thought it was the guy who was going to come after you with a meat cleaver, but still you were irresponsible answering the door with a loaded rifle. And yes, it went off accidentally, but you shouldn't have known that, but you still shouldn't have had that rifle. And so he was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but then appealed it, and in fact was successful in the appeal and was acquitted at a retrial. I want to talk a second about the appeal, because that's where this gets, in some ways, most interesting. Partly the appeal was based on jurisdiction. His lawyers said, well, look at special maritime and territorial jurisdiction. It says, ouch. Okay, I'll somehow speed. It said either it's a vessel, or it's land, or it's a Guano Island. And it's like, this was none of those. There's no vessel. In fact, the U.S. specifically said this is not a vessel. It certainly wasn't land, and there's no guano on T3, so you certainly weren't gathering guano. So special maritime territorial jurisdiction cannot apply. So that was one of the basis. And the other basis, though, concerned how the trial was conducted, which there were a few things there, but the most significant was the jury instructions. And this ultimately is why the appeal won, was because of Escamilla's lawyers' opposition to the instructions that the judge gave to the jury at the original trial. So the original instructions to the jury in the first trial was the judge told the jury when he sent them into the deliberation room, the law of the United States is applicable to this case in identically the same manner as it would be applicable to the crime if it were committed right here in Northern Virginia, so you can forget the T3 part other than for background. And the appellate judges wrote back, this instruction, we think, was an error. It would seem plain that what is negligent or grossly negligent conduct in the Eastern District of Virginia may not be negligent on T3, when it is remembered that T3 has no governing authority, no police force, is relatively inaccessible from the rest of the world, lacks medical facilities, and the dwellings thereon lack locks. In short, that absent self-restraint on the part of those stationed on T3 and effectiveness of the group leader, and the group leader obviously was not very effective because he was drunk on raisin wine, given all that, it's a place where no recognized means of law enforcement exist, and each man must look to himself for the immediate enforcement of his rights. Certainly all these factors are ones that should be considered by a jury when considering issues of negligence. So effectively, actually, Escamilla was saved by the barbarian defense, that this was an uncivilized space where uncivilized means were actually not just accessible, but necessary. In terms of the jurisdiction issue, though, that one also was interesting because the appellate panel, which was 6 judges, split 3-3 on the question of jurisdiction. So to get to that question of was T3 an island, we'll actually never know. Because of that 3-3 decision on jurisdiction and the fact that the appeal was successful on other grounds, it's unclear whether the decision to accept jurisdiction was because all parties were U.S. nationals and the crime occurred in a juridical vacuum in the ocean. In other words, then T3 would be kind of a supraterritorial space, or whether it was because T3 was considered a vessel. Effectively, this was the special maritime territorial jurisdiction argument, kind of an extraterritorial space, or because T3 was classified as an uninhabited, unclaimed island that fell under the Guano Islands Act, in other words, kind of a proto-territorial space. In other words, was T3 an ocean, Was it a ship or was it an island? We'll never know, and we'll really never know because, of course, now T3 has melted into the Atlantic. But we do know that, at least in US law, now we know that any place can be an island of law. Because the one thing that T3 really has contributed to US jurisprudence, aside from good stories, is that in 1984, Congress amended special maritime territorial jurisdiction to add this paragraph that it can be applied, quote, any place outside the jurisdiction of any nation with respect to an offense by or against a national of the United States. And so that, in effect, that was filling that loophole that sort of said it has to be a vessel or it has to be land. Now there's like, it can be anywhere. So in effect, what's kind of happened there is that the idea of a lawless island has now become a movable island of law that can be applied anywhere. In a sense, and this is sort of a problematic term, but in a way it's kind of almost a utopia. Not in the sense that we think of a utopia as a good place. Obviously this was not a good place, this was all really bad. But in the sense that a utopia means a no place, a non-place that we think with, a non-place that we imagine with. And in that sense, T3 actually definitely is an island, if, say, following John Gillis, that an island is a good place to think with. Then that's exactly what was being done with here. Or you could say that actually the floating island became a floating signifier in a certain kind of way. Last thing I want to note, though, is then what does it mean for a place to be a utopia or a non-place, or what is that? And just kind of to put a little angle on that, just when I was researching this a few weeks ago, I stumbled on Lightsea's entry in Ancestry.com. Not normally where I go for research, but it was actually really interesting. Here's his entry. You see he was born April 13th, 1939 in Louisville, Kentucky, and he was died, good Phil, he died July 1970, and the place, null. It didn't exist. Well, what does it mean if you die nowhere? You know, do you exist? Do you not exist? I mean, this is really, I could see where it's confusing. They didn't really know how to locate it on the map, which, by the way, really made me think of Melville's line in Moby Dick. It's not down on any map. True places never are. So, as it's both present and absent, knowable and suitable only for conjuring as an imaginary place, I think T3 reminds us that an island can be a thing to think with, a conceptual tool, and a thing to think from, a space of research, and a space where thoughts are made by inhabitants negotiating and navigating the tapestry of life in their home place and their workplace, and of course by external powers as well. Of course, contingencies emerge as all this happens. One drinks too much, one murders one's boss, stuff like that. But, those contingencies themselves drive home the fact that just as any place can be an island, a state of exception, likewise, no island is an island, a state of isolation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. His paper has been always like this, and very fascinating, and a lot of humor, and I really enjoy every time. I really enjoy his talk, and this is also one of them. Right? Okay. Now I can invite questions from the floor first, and then also from the online audience. And if you are online audience, please enter your question in the Q&A features, and I first take questions from the floor. Please raise your hand. Okay.
Of course, it's the lawyer who asks.
A very interesting case. Thank you for sharing. I'm wondering, are there any analogs to oil rigs or things like that that are beyond the exclusive economic zone? And how, because there are, most of them are in the EEZ.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there are any oil rigs beyond exclusive economic zones. Obviously, there could be, well, first of all, you wouldn't have an oil rig beyond the continental shelf, both because it's too deep and actually because of the geology that you wouldn't have, I'm stretching the end of my geological knowledge here, but basically you won't have hydrocarbons beyond the continental shelf, just for geological reasons. But there is, UNCLOS does have a thing for an exclusion zone around an oil rig. So I guess because it would always be an exclusive economic zone or an extended continental shelf, which would have the same issue. So they're actually, this is where it's significant that UNCLOS divides the water column from the seabed. So under UNCLOS, which of course this was pre-UNCLOS, but under UNCLOS, actually territoriality continues onward to the end of the continental shelf, I'm quite sure, for a purpose like this. I think it would have to be interpreted that way. It's not written, you're right, it's about exclusive rights to resources. It's not that law applies. I'm actually not sure if one contracts out to another state to run an oil rig, whether, as with a ship, say, civilian law, the law of the flag state applies. I'm not positive on that.
Then the related question would be, this was 10 years before UNCLOS was adopted. If that floating island was above the continental shelf...
That would make no difference. I mean, that really shouldn't affect, or at least it would certainly be ambiguous. Because, again, UNCLOS assumes that there's a ship. And that's sort of the idea, is that sovereignty, extraterritoriality goes out with the ship. So, but of course that comes from a way of assuming that water has no character, no properties, no places. And that's really the nub of, and that's where I think this is interesting for ocean studies and where it's interesting for island studies, and certainly interesting as we try to look at how other societies understand this island, water, land, ice distinction, that all of, I would say, Western law is based on a kind of fundamental distinction that assumes certain uses and certain materialities and certain certainties, determinate lines that, in fact, have never really applied. And, of course, then here's where climate change comes in and are even more problematic today. And that, of course, gets to questions like when do you redraw baselines and issues like that.
Thank you, Phil. I echo the chair's comments about you being entertaining and provocative and
I take that as a compliment from you, Godfrey.
It is a compliment. It is a compliment for sure. When you started talking about murder mysteries, I thought, okay, what's he going to do? He's going to quote Agatha Christie, what? One of the things that struck me in this conference is the absence of references to literature and fiction. Mm-hmm. And perhaps we want to do that because literature and fiction and art allows us to be playful about some of the concepts that, of course, we're trying to grapple with here. Sometimes things start off in science fiction, then they become fact. Or they start as art and become artifacts. They become mainstreamed. I was thinking about the Nowhere Island project, for example. You probably know about this, right? Mm-hmm. Where you probably know the details better than I do. So there was this whole idea, playfully creating a fictitious state, an island, which was, I think, pulling an iceberg, if I remember well.
I think it was actually rocks that were taken off of Svalbard.
I think it was a block of ice.
Was it a block of ice?
Purposely
sure.
so,
anyway.
Because the whole idea was that
that it dissipates.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
So it goes back to the disappearing island idea,
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So imagine carving out a block, which in its current state is solid because it's frozen, and you invite people to become citizens of this block. Mm-hmm. And people were buying in and becoming, citizens of this country, this jurisdiction, which was being pulled towards more temperate latitudes and therefore melting. And eventually, when the ship, I think, entered an English port, there was nothing being pulled left, right?
Yeah.
So it's very playful. It also reminds me of another art installation. There was a guy who had a barge going around New York, around Manhattan, right? Mm-hmm. What is that? So I just like to remind ourselves that there are perhaps alternative ways of conceptualizing some very serious legal issues, jurisdictional issues, also from the playful perspective of art and fiction. Thank you.
The only thing I would add to that is that I actually think law does that. I mean, I view law as almost playful stories. I mean, they're not playful if you end up on the wrong side of the law, but they are playful in that, you know, that in some senses they're so, not quite absurd, but they have to work with such assumptions, and then they roll. So not unlike a work of fiction, where you think, okay, who are my characters going to be? What are they going to do? What's the moral going to be? What are the rules of a work of fiction, especially science fiction, where you're really inventing a world, so you're inventing rules. And that's kind of what law does too. It's just we're used to those rules, so we don't see them as invented. And that's why these sort of counterfactual stories, at one level, they're just kind of cute, which is what all these, you know, articles try doing. But they're not just cute, because they actually make you think about why this is problematic.
Alison?
Thank you, Phil. That was so fun and a great piece of storytelling, too. I really enjoyed listening and very thought-provoking. And I'm really thinking about the way that the U.S. claimed jurisdiction using the principle of personal jurisdiction. This captured my attention because it reminds me of a lot of ways. I think your work, this talk, has implications not just for island studies, but also migration studies and the relationship between them, right? Like thinking about people moving and in relation to islands, and also the treatment of the body as a bit of territory in relation to a national jurisdiction. And it reminded me of this thing, and I just want to ask you more about this principle of personal jurisdiction. Is it specific to national bodies of law, like US law, or does it move through different ones? And another example is in Canada, when you apply for permanent residency or to renew your permanent residency, which I am doing right now, or to become a citizen, you have to prove that all of the days that you were in or outside of the country, because you have to have a certain number in order to stay. And if you were outside of the country, as an exception, with a Canadian citizen who is employed by the Canadian government, then that person counts as a little bit of corporeal territory, as though you never left Canada. So you're attached to them, and that counts as you being inside of Canada. And so now I'm wondering, is that this principle at work, also the mobile, like, little bit of territory? Anyway, thank you for getting me thinking about how this particular principle is moving and how they're all related.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, and I've actually just begun, I've sort of been obsessed with special maritime and territorial jurisdiction for the past, like, month, really, from working on, I said I've done versions of T3 for a while, and I just sort of said, okay, that's how they claimed it, there's this principle, and I just started looking into special maritime and territorial jurisdiction, and it's really fascinating that almost nobody has, like, critically looked at it, and I'm not even in geography, I'm talking about, like, legal studies, but it's expanded. There have been several other additions to it in the past 20 years, not just that, there've been I think now it's about 12 sections, and it used to be 6 or 7 originally. And they've just, each one has expanded it more and more and more. And it's actually had a role in justifying US intervention in Afghanistan, saying, well, this is a place where there is no effective law, therefore it's an honorary ocean. I mean, Afghanistan isn't an ocean at all. And I personally, here's me being the ocean nerd as opposed to the island nerd, thinks it's really interesting that, like, to create a non-space, you just turn it into honorary ocean. But of course, we do that with islands too. And then that's, again, that lawless island of law thing. So the other area where actually it gets used from a completely different sort of legal perspective is justifying, or it has to get stretched, but it's related to the justifications that allow countries to prosecute their citizens who go overseas for child sex. Because actually, when you think about it, that, like, shouldn't be, I mean, under standard sort of recognition of jurisdiction, jurisdiction occurs in the territory where a crime occurs. And yet many states have rules, say you can be prosecuted for a crime committed somewhere else. And the main justification for that is, well, you know, we don't trust that country to prosecute, so we'll do it. But that gets very problematic in terms of territorial ideas of sovereignty. So, yeah, I mean, of course, one thing it shows is sovereignty isn't as absolute, and territory isn't as absolute. And yeah, the idea of, like, little personal bits of sovereignty that move around. It's not just ships. People can do that too, which is really, really interesting. And it's certainly, I mean, something, I want to do a lot more work on, is kind of legislative history of special maritime territorial jurisdiction.
There are so many similar cases in Japan in terms of Okinawa.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments? Questions?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I guess it was really interesting in the case because it made me think about some of the ways that there's limits of Western, European, US, Canadian kind of legal jurisdiction and theoretical frameworks, and how native legal perspectives kind of push beyond that, right? With, the US-Canada border and the Haudenosaunee peoples, or, the US-Mexico border, et cetera, or, certain unincorporated territories, et cetera. And so I wonder if in your research and looking at kind of the limitations or the challenges or the gaps in these kind of Western European legal traditions that you've come across, like native perspectives or indigenous notions of like federal Indian law or tribal sovereignty, and how those kind of act as another layer of legal discourse in this space, if that's come up at all.
Mm-hmm. I mean, one thing that's different, since most of my work is on ice, is obviously where there is ice. So it's mostly in the Arctic, where in the high Arctic, where you didn't have treaties. So it's a very different indigenous rights situation. Because you didn't have treaties, because mostly settlers didn't want land, so they didn't bother making treaties to seize land. They just sort of said, keep selling us pelts and we'll let you do your thing, and eventually we'll put you in residential schools. So I mean, one area where it really comes out, I'm not sure this is quite what you're asking, but some work that I've done on the right of ships to break ice, to break sea ice, which under the law of the sea, there's no way you can prevent that, because the ocean has no form, the ocean has no features. It would be like saying you can't break a wave. Water is water, you just go through it. You can't pollute it if you belong to Marpol or whatever, but aside from that, the surface is a non-surface. It's not something, which is why a glacier doesn't matter, for instance. But of course, frozen sea ice is incredibly important to Inuit lifeways. It's how hunters hunt. It's how they move. It's how you get to the good hunting grounds, and maybe most importantly, get back. And if before you come back, an icebreaker has gone through, you're not getting back, and that's obviously really bad. So, yeah, I've worked with a whole team of lawyers and political theorists and anthropologists on what could be the basis for thinking about sea ice differently, and we're using ice breaking as an entry point to that. And of course, that then brings in Inuit perspectives on territory and property I won't even say on sea ice, in an ocean environment, because of course the coast, the sea ice, the liquid water and the ways that they all change around each other are crucial for that. So it doesn't quite get to the issue of sort of American Indian law or something like that, but it certainly gets into legal ontologies, basically, and drawing law out of various ontologies, because we do that anyway. We just do it from one ontology.
We can take one more comment. Question? Point.
Okay, so I know it's about the lunchtime, so I will just bring out a really rather like a conceptual idea or question for you, because right now you just mentioned that from the perspective of law, the materiality of the ocean, of the island, actually is really difficult to get in, right? But at the same time, I know geographers right now, for example, Eros Braverman, she's talking about the blue legality, right? That kind of concept. Try to really bring in so-called the materiality of the ocean, water, or maybe ice at the same time. So I think from your perspective in the future, maybe for geographers or island studies, that kind of stuff, how do we actually move on from this kind of, even though it is really difficult to take in so-called the law perspective, but at the same time, the conversation about blue legalities, how can we actually take up something from that and try to reconceptualize, for example, the island borders, the border studies per se or in general? Yeah, how do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. I mean, first of all, one way to do it is to move between talk about Deleuze and spaces of flows and striated space and smooth space, but then talk about IMO regulations on icebreakers, and which can lead to some really weird conversations because you actually need to bring together, and then like Inuit anthropologists. And these are all people who have very different ideas of what a scholarly project is. And it takes a lot of patience, to be honest, and takes some flexibility. And I can certainly say with the Ice Law project, which ultimately resulted in this icebreaking stuff, that wasn't where we thought we would go. But I actually found that was a practical question that so easily spoke to all these conceptual issues. But the other kind of political question there, and this happens whenever you're talking about sort of stretching out to other legal principles, other cultural understandings, if you have a kind of policy or legal objective, is of course that question of, well, it often comes out with the issue of rights. So you have a lot of indigenous legal scholars saying, don't talk about rights because rights are such a Western idea of the individual human who has certain specific rights, and that's just not how we think of the world. And then, you have others saying, actually, it makes a lot of sense to do that because that's the legal world we live in, and rights can be expanded in all sorts of ways, even if they're not totally true to an indigenous ontology. And, that's an ongoing thing, and I've certainly been in the middle, including with Iris, actually. Who's very anti-rights. I've been in the middle of debates over that. And, and it even comes into issues of different indigenous perspectives and different indigenous political positions. Actually, going to the Canadian situation where, again, the Inuit actually do have a very different legal position than other First Nations. And that then does put rights talk in a different perspective because different things are possible within Canadian law because Inuit have a very different status than other First Nations. And so it involves being, and there too, it sometimes involves sensitivity. They have people who are coming out of understanding one situation and have developed a political position out of it, which makes a lot of sense. But maybe you just need conversations and trust. And I know it takes a long time. And if it doesn't work out, then you shoot each other. Because that's your right.
Yes.
It's the American in me coming out.
Unfortunately, we have to close this session. And I think people are very hungry. And we are going to have lunchtime for 80 minutes, actually. So we resume afternoon sessions at, I think, 2 p.m., right? Yes. Please come back. Thank you very much. Thank you, Phil.
Recording in progress.
じゃあ始めます。Okay, let's start the closing session. First of all, I congratulate you on surviving very intensive 3-day conference. Congratulations. Thank you for being with us for such a long time. Okay. For the beginning, I'd like to explain a little bit about the background of this conference. So I'm going to show the slide first. I actually won't try to explain this first on the very first day, but Michael Meadows' introductory presentation was longer than I thought. So I skipped my explanation about the background of this conference. This conference is based on JSPS, Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, researching granting research grant. Anyway, it's called Kakenhi. This is the basis of our money. And I applied for this grant 5 years ago. The title of the proposal is this: the construction of transport geopolitics of East China Sea islands. So I started thinking about islands because of this grant proposal. Since then, so 5 years. I made a map for the proposal, and this shows actually our division of labor of co-investigators. So the white square shows the initials of co-investigators. So TY is Takashi Yamazaki. So I'm looking at Okinawa. But at the same time, the relationship between mainland and Okinawa kind of thing. And the dotted arrows lines stand for trans-border interactions or exchange, things like that. So I just draw this map for the proposal, and I realized we just see the whole picture. We didn't see the whole picture. So each investigator will study just part of it. So in order to see the East China Sea region as a whole, we have to our research result put together, and to see the whole picture, right. So I started thinking of islands in relations by drawing this kind of map. But at that time, East China Sea at the center of the sort of surrounded by lines, but nothing absent. So I just saw inter-island relationships only. No, I didn't think about the ocean, sea, relationship between islands and sea, oceans, things like that. So that's the one of the reasons why I organized this conference. And actually, this is the end of the conference. This is not the end of the conference. We still have some more events, project, right? So there is a hopefully future development of this project. So this is our conference held in Osaka from April 6th, 4th to 6th, right? So this is the last day for our conference. However, we have more conference in Italy, right? So now I want to introduce Marcella Schmidt, just to make a brief introduction. Can you change the slide, please? Can it move? Okay. Hi, Marcella. Can you hear?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Hello. Yeah, I just want you to make a brief introduction yourself. Then I'm going to ask you for some comments after the roundtable discussion. Right. So just make self-introduction first, please. It stops again.
I really to thank you for this invitation. For me, it's really I'm very sorry that I couldn't take part directly to your great conference. That seems an thing. And especially it is connected with what we will be doing in Milan. I am Marcella Schmidt. I work in the University of Milano-Bicocca in the Department of Human Formation. And I think the two topics we choose are very close together. We will then later, after the discussion, introduce the conference in Milan. I'm teaching human geography and marine sciences in Milano-Bicocca. And I am chair of the commission of IGU Commission of History of Geography. We have big topics who are close together and also point of view who are very similar, given in our side also an historical dimension. So I think I can leave you to the other guests who will be participating and we come to the conference later.
Okay, thank you very much. Slide 戻してもらいます。So Marcella was thinking of this ocean conference, right? For the same year. 2 years ago, I had to submit a proposal, and I got the information about the other conference on the ocean and seas, right? So I thought there might be some competition between these two conferences for year 2023. I wanted to avoid it because islands and seas cannot be separated. It's not one or other kind of thing, right? So I changed my proposal. Try to make it connected to the other conference. And I emailed Marcella and I explained my idea. So we can have two thematic conferences. And we can have collaboration with each other. So that's why this conference is focusing on islands, but it's going to be related, connected to the conference on seas and ocean. So that's how we were both proposal were accepted by the IGU. Because of this reason, or for this reason. This is never. There was no such conference in the history of IGU. So we are sort of collaborating and going to have two conferences. So it just started. So between two conferences, we are still thinking of something else. Webinar workshop. Okay. So this is May workshop held on 19th. Right. So I gave you a flyer in your conference bag. Did you find it? Okay. So this is a webinar. So you can tell who is going to talk. It's me first. I got Free and Phil and Elena and Marcella. Elena is a political geographer and she was co-president of the IGU for a long time. Okay, we are going to have this sort of bridging workshop in May. And after that, the Ocean Seas Conference will be held in Milan, Italy in June. This is just part of our project. I'm already exhausted with organizing one conference here. You know, this is kind of too much to do, but we started this crazy project. Anyway, so for the closing of the conference, I'd like to have some kind of round-table discussion, and then also I'd like to present open question to the floor and to the online audience. So I'm going to show that. First round-table question is, what insights could you get from the conference regarding new frontiers for island studies? So this is roundtable discussion. So I'd like to start with Godfrey. 2 minutes is given to you.
Thank you so much. Of course, I think the best way to answer this question is to have answers from each and every one of you. But we only have 2 minutes, so I'm not going to ask you, of course. But I'm guessing that at this point in time, in spite of your exhaustion, you are also asking yourselves, was it worth it? What is the value added that has resulted from you taking the trouble to come here in Osaka for these past 3 days and surviving, to quote our host, surviving a very intense experience, right? We've heard a lot, but at the same time, we've met old friends, we have made new friends, new contacts, and hopefully somewhere in your mind or in your notebook, you have an agenda. What's next? What am I going to do with my new contacts, with my new knowledge? Am I going to write a paper? Am I going to improve my thesis? Am I going to write an article? Am I going to write a book? Am I going to organize my own conference, perhaps, in my own island, in my own country, on islands? There you are, 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Hi. During the maritime, at the time of maritime empire, I think the islands was the target of territorial ambition. And I think that kind of territorial ambition is still going on. And this is the cause of, still the cause of the conflict. But today, at the century of human rights, I think islands are becoming, like the great powers are paying attention to the islands, not really for territorial ambition, but for the extraterritorial, they're searching for this extraterritoriality, and where the great powers can do beyond the legal measures. And that's something I kind of learned from the conference, and I really want to learn more about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wouldn't say necessarily new in the language of the question, but inspiring. What was so inspiring and exciting and electrifying to me during this conference was the moments where the presentations moved just to the radical centering and recentering of islands and islanders and island communities, and also the countering of isolation and conflict with archipelagic thinking and relationality, the building of solidarity networks across distances, the pulling into relations, the working across across differences to build solidarities. And there were so many wonderful and important examples of this, from thinking about what it would mean, for example, as Sasha talked about, to think about centering human security and island community security rather than state security. We talked about indigenous forms of territoriality, sovereignty beyond states, indigenous practices of refusal and resurgence, engaging with artists, and really just proceeding in a way that centers an ethics of care in being creative and forging these archipelagic relations. Today in the virtual session, Polly Stepples and Katerina Taewa talked about their work with indigenous women filmmakers and the creation of the idea of bringing people together for encounters and possibilities in these relational forms. And I feel like if we focus on healing and celebration and relationships, we can't go wrong. And this really also parallels a movement in the discipline of geography towards writing about exuberance and joy and counter topographies of hope. So this gives me a lot of inspiration. Thank you all.
Thank you. Iwashita-san, please.
For my impression, island studies a strong motivation for making encyclopedia. So like the island collector getting all of the islands of the sea in the picture. But with regret, not so scientific, I think. Geography. I joined some geography political conferences. So many case studies. I learned a lot, but just that's it. So we probably you shared some theoretical frame scale jumping, but not so developed. So for our border studies was the same stage. For the United States, Mexico, and the Canada Association Borderland Studies working. In Europe, he's eye blue, but it's very practical practitioners. But on contrast, border regions in transition groups more constructivist. So such kind of some tendencies, little Asia, little Eurasia, then I brought up them. But at the starting point, when I joined the border studies circles, no world border studies, factually. Emmanuel Brunet-J, the famous Canadian researcher, says that we just are a study of borders. So many case studies, but not so relevant. So now we are trying to make our border studies with some not big theory, not one single theory. But we share some tools, concepts, and something that more developed together. I think that's also the island study should be shared with our border studies orientation, a bit conceptual.
Thank you.
When I was posed this question, I guess a few weeks ago, I sort of thought, okay, I'll just deal with this one during the conference and probably draw off of themes that came out, and then actually Allison just did a great job doing that. So I'm going to reverse it and think about what I didn't hear at this conference. And maybe somewhat it reflects that I spend so much of my time in Arctic kinds of things, but I was really struck by how little discussion of climate change there was. And now maybe that was because of the sessions I went to. I know there were some over there that kind of dealt more with that. But it's still interesting that climate change, which so often permeates almost everything these days in the social sciences, has sort of taken a back seat here. And I mean, I hate to say I found that refreshing, because I don't want to sound like a climate change denier. But often climate change does become, it's an easy thing to think with and put in its category as a cause of things. And in fact, I think the fact that climate change hasn't been so upfront, even when it has so much obvious relevance for islands in particular, means that we can actually use it to not just think of it as a driver of change, but actually as an epistemological spark to actually think about some of these questions we're raising, the relationship between inland and coastline and ocean and relationality and the ways in which our world is changing physically, but also culturally, socially, politically. And so to my mind, that would be a new frontier to bring an awareness of our changing physical world into how we reconceive the political, social world of islands.
Thank you very much. At the first, I forgot to explain why I chose them. Right? So they are from different backgrounds, they have different disciplines, and they have different backgrounds. I read their books and articles, and they influenced me. That's the reason. So I personally want to meet the authors of the books or articles, which influenced me. So that's what I do. It's like a AG session, like a author meets critics or readers or something like that. So I just wanted.
So is this the critic meets the authors?
Right? I just wanted to meet them, and in Japan, in Osaka, and I just want to talk or just listen to their lecture. That's the reason anyway. So okay, let's move on to the second question, which is a little bit difficult to answer, I think. The second question: how would you think it becomes possible to connect the insights, if you get any, to ocean and seas, theoretically and empirically, because these are inseparable in the real world, right? So I'd like to start with Phil and this one.
Okay, this is also one that I put off thinking about. And I'm actually going to riff off of something from Megan's presentation, where she kind of mentioned that the concept of the Sea of Islands, which of course, we all cite back to Haufa, and it's almost become one of these phrases that everyone cites, and it's by now become such a touchstone in island studies that we forget, I think, some of what it means. Because it's just very easy to say islands are interconnected and in an ocean. And actually, there's a lot more going on in Haufa's writings than that. And of course, the key thing that it does is it brings oceans into islands and islands into oceans. But by doing that, it isn't just saying they're interrelated, but actually says we think of the world, we think of who we are, we think of identity in a very different way. And so in terms of, what was the question isn't up there anymore. In terms of how, we can bring islands and oceans together, I actually think going back to that way of thinking, going back to what an island-centered world means for how we think of the oceans in our lives and vice versa, can, bring us to new ways of thinking. And it actually makes me think of my own work in excess and the ocean in excess. And I think in a certain way, the idea of a sea of islands is an island in excess. So what does that mean to actually think of the idea of an island stretching out beyond the island into a world of multiple scales of connections? And of course, we talk about that a lot with an archipelagic way of thinking. And I think we can take that a lot further.
Thank you.
Just try to conceptualize the relations, maritime zone and the islands. I categorize the 3 or 4 patterns. First is one is a solitary island. Second is remote islands. But remote islands, 2 types. A is far remote. B is near remote. Third category is nearby islands. I explained this in the connection of the view of sphere of local people's life. Here is Japan, so I illustrate these categories in Japan cases. First, solitary islands, it means that self-sufficiency plus a maritime various network. Its example is the Bonin Island, Ogasawara, and the Daito Islands. It's Okinawa Prefecture, but completely isolated. A second category, a few remote islands. A, it's kind of archipelago, but this type is basically it's a big small relation. Central periphery relation is very important. The example is Amami. Amami Islands, the Oshima is big and centralized. Others, Kikai, Yoron, Elab is small, independent of Oshima. Second type B, near remote islands. It's a very special, the network is very important. Some very dependent on main islands, but some more related different remote islands. This is a typical pattern of the Goto Islands, East China Seas below Tsushima. This is small 5 patterns because the upper islands of Goto is kind of a part of Sasebo city in Kyushu. A second part, eastern islands, it belongs to Saikaishi, also Nagasaki prefecture, but in the mainland. Third pattern is a kind of small, it's a Ojika, it's an island group. And fourth is the middle is Kamigoto, main biggest Goto is Goto. So kind of even in the same name is, so it's a dependency difference. I think that is very important. Finally, it's nearby. It's mainly dependent on a main island. I illustrated yesterday Habomai and Nemuro relation. It's very close, just a couple of kilometers. Now it's bordered. Now it's divided. But if not divided, if connected, the Habomai was completely dependent on Nemuro. Therefore, Nemuro city is very miss Habomai. It's a divided city like a Berlin model. So it's naturally, it's kind of a nearby pattern. So that's just a tryout. So do not criticize me now. Just laughing.
Thank you. Aisen.
I was really struck today, Phil, when you put up the list of the dualities of the ways of thinking about islands and sea that were trained as social scientists towards this, dualistic binary thinking. Is it this or is it that? Is it sea or is it land? One or the other. And we think in typologies and categories. We debate these. And it leads to a lot of polemical thinking. And you were right. It's both. It's all. And so I want us to keep thinking about comprehensive and inclusive ways forward that are both and all, because, of course, island and sea are inseparable. So take, for example, the research in the research that I do on migration journeys. They are always about seeking a place to land, a place of refuge, but they always begin with the sea. And in fact, the memoir that I spoke about yesterday by Behrooz Bouchani, and another one that was just published that's beautiful by Javed Ilam, who also, he's the only person known to have escaped the prison at Manus Island and made his way to Canada to get asylum. They both begin with these incredible and terrifying stories of their boats going down at sea. And throughout their texts and in so many migration journeys, the sea is this protagonist, a living life force that one contends with and humbles oneself to on the way to the island. So of course, ocean and island are inseparable, both always. And that repeated itself in so many beautiful presentations here today, facing the ocean as a way of positioning oneself in various movements and in different ways. And I think, a radical centering of islands and island peoples goes back to these holistic and healing relationships. And I'm about to close. I wanted to bring up Kyle Kajihiro's beautiful presentation and the whole session yesterday on Hawaii, where Kyle was talking specifically about the island of Kahaloe, which was a place where U.S. military imperialism was contested, and the island was restored and brought back into relationality, and where it became a site of healing and a model for ways to think about bringing other islands in. And I think this is connected to, Kyle said, this can then become a place deserving of care. And to me, it ran parallel to what I was saying about the ways that people are also isolated in the detention facilities that I study on islands. And so many of the solidarity and social movements are about bringing them back in as people deserving of care, people also in relation. And so today, Phil talked about the nowhere island, the island that is nowhere, whereas Kyle talked about the island that is everyone's. And I think this is a beautiful metaphor to turn to the healing and the holistic thinking, that the solidarity that we all need together to counter the kinds of divisions that bordering and militarization, imperialism have wrought in the regions and places that we study. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, to continue to talk about this extraterritoriality, I think that yesterday the Allison really elaborated how the island became the place of extraterritoriality. And then today the Philip really convinced us this is not just the islands, but this is a matter of extraterritoriality is really the matter of the sea and the ocean. So I really hope that like this, the concept and the theory of extraterritoriality will be developed in the following conference. And plus, the another key of this conference may be the archipelago. There are lots of terms, archipelago and archipelagizing. And archipelago is really composed of islands and oceans, right? So I'm really curious how the scholars of sea and oceans conceptualize the archipelago. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Does this sound familiar to you? Just a moment. When the moon is in the 7th house and Jupiter aligns with Mars, then peace will guide the planets and love will steer the stars. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. You're familiar with that song? Does it ring a bell? No, you're too young for that, perhaps. This is 1969.
69.
The Age of Aquarius is the name of the song. Okay, so apparently sometimes people discover the sea.
Right.
Sometimes they discover the sea. For islanders, especially small islanders, the sea is history. Can I quote Derek Walcott from the Caribbean? The sea is history. This is the great vault of our history. This is where our ancestors have died, being crossed across the ocean as slaves. This is where we get our food. This is how we get our tourists. This is how we send away our people to work in the metropole. The sea is our history. It has always been. We can go into definitions about islands. One of the most practical definitions of islands is how strong is the sea in the everyday memory of the people who live on islands. For those who live on small islands, the sea is everything. They depend on a ferry. If the ferry doesn't arrive, well, you can't go to hospital. You can't go to school. The nurse can't come over to heal your patients. So let's remind ourselves, please, that, the sea is an essential part of island life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I kind of try to remember what happened about 2 years ago. I proposed the island conference, and we had a discussion at the level of Japan National Committee for the IGU. And actually, there's an opinion that we should have our own conference individually. So I immediately refused this kind of idea because as a scholar, I can't do that because the concept of islands cannot be separated from the the ocean or the something that composes or constructs the island. And the Milan conference is just happening to be proposed before ours. So this is some kind of coincidence, right? We have to think these geographical entities together. So that's the reason why I objected this opinion at the Japan National Committee for the IGU. Okay, I'm going to move. I'd like to move to the third kind of open question, so you can join this discussion. The third question is, how could our insights from the conference contribute to the island's sustainability and peace? This is the main theme of the conference also. Okay, anybody? Any comments, opinions? This is a big question, actually. I know that. But if you have some kind of insight or opinion about this. Godfrey?
You've all heard of the G20, right? The 20 largest countries in the world. And their habit of plotting and planning what to do with the rest. Well, there is a professor from Korea who suggested the I-20, small I, not big G, like G20, small I-20, the smallest islands of the world, the smallest 20 islands of the world, whichever they may be. And for them to come together and say what they think about what should be the world. What would be the alternative conceptualization of the world based on their own reality? It might be a safer place. It might be a cleaner place. It might be a more sustainable place. It will certainly be a different place. Thank you.
I'm hesitant to accept these three lines, the peace, conflict, and sustainability. As border-around researchers, the conflict and the cooperation is always both. They are not binary. They are both. Sometimes it's very kind of forthright, and sometimes it's a gateway. So the islander is very close to this kind of characteristic. Therefore, both sides we can't avoid. We should defend something, but we should cooperate something. This is a truly sustainability meeting of the island. This is my impression.
Thank you. Any other comments? Was there any comments from the online audience? So far, no? Okay. No? No? Okay.
I'll just join in. Back to the question. I'll just say it. We can't see it. I don't know if it's intentional that peace is in quotes.
Right. Yes.
Problematized there. I don't know if that was intentional or not.
Intentional.
Good, because otherwise this would be a weird comment. So, yeah, I think it's worth problematizing peace as a goal, and which, of course, is done with putting it in quotes. Does peace mean stability? Does it mean keeping things the way they are? Why are we saying peace and not justice? Why are we saying peace and not hope for the future? What is peace? What does it constitute? In particular, on an island, which is based on connections and change and responses to vulnerability and adaptation, and often being relatively small and often having to engage and conflict. And there's often conflict on small islands and even large islands, as well as between islands and mainlands. And so I'm glad that peace is in quotes. Not that I'm against peace. I'm not a climate change denier, and I'm not against peace, okay? So I realize I probably will never be welcome in Osaka again. So, but I think it is worth thinking about, what does peace do, as of course we should with sustainability as well, but at least sustainability has a flexibility built into it. And peace is a substantive goal, and I think it is worth thinking about. And how can islands make us maybe rethink what we want in peace and what peace should mean for us?
Yes, I hope your thinking should be realized. I also hope the peace is goal, but sometimes it's not, because this kind of process, our borderland theory, from fortress, coexistence, gateway, and integration. But this is never one way. Sometimes integration broke up back to the fortress. We hope in the happy post-Cold period, flat world and borderless world, we are now broken. This is a second ice age. I saw that now. So in this sense, we should think peace would be breakable soon if we are very only thinking happy things. So then sustainability should be keeping peace, thinking peace, I think that this is a very important. Peace never ending story.
Thank you. Any comments from the floor? Okay. Ken?
Just following up Phil's piece, I think that really is a good point because a peace, according to the dominant nation state, is the absence of war.
Right.
Quite often, the island is used to keep the peace, right? But in the island itself, it's slow violence, it's toxicity, it's preparation for conflict. And so I think, I think that's a good point. Reconceptualizing peace means peace for who? And quite frankly, peace for mainland or whatever you want to call it is often at the expense of not a situation of peace for islands if we define it merely as the absence of war. So I just wanted to follow up on Phil's comment.
I expected that kind of comment.
And you got it.
Any other comments? Point.
Yeah, I just want to follow up try to reconceptualize what peace is. And Taiwan, of course, like an island. And I think before talking about peace and based on the conversation we had during this conference in these 3 days, although I went out to see the flowers for a couple times, but at the same time, I think before we talk about sustainability and peace and that kind of things, we have to really talk about the politics of suffering. A lot of stories we heard, from this conference is the suffering of the islanders in order to keep so-called the sustainability of the continent, the sustainability, the peace of the continent. So people on islands, so we really have to directly face on the suffering and the politics of suffering and of course the healing of the sufferings. And then from that, then we talk about, for example, how do we move on and to go for the sustainability. So sustainability should not be kind of a avoid turn, you just claim something. Yeah, we all know that we need sustainable world, but before that, being human beings, the value of the human beings based on the islanders, we suffered, and then we talk about the sufferings. Doesn't mean that we want to live in the past. We want to move on, but first of all, directly talk about the suffering, and then we get the strength, we get the, honest feelings, honest the relationship between the different countries, between different worlds, and then we can move on with this kind of the solid stories and try to from that, take up and really, have some healings and with hope, that kind of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask Marcella about her comments or opinion. Can you つなげてもらえます?
Okay. So I will now just starting from what I heard up till now, then present our conference in Milan. And first of all, I must say that I am very supportive of the exhaustion of Takashi. We have been working in those months, following what he has been doing, organizing the conference. We have learned a lot of all the steps that there has been, and we can now also feel what will be our exhaustion when our conference will be finished. We are now working on 22 sessions, so there will be also a lot of work. Takashi told us that he has been working 2 years organizing the conference and presenting the conference to the IGU, and that we have to make 2 conferences. From my point of view, this is a great opportunity. I must say that I don't feel it as a constraint, but really a great occasion to see different point of view. In the ocean and island are at the center, at the core of much of contemporary thinking. And in the conference Islands and Relations, there are three words, three topics. Two of those words, conflicts and peace, are extremely topical today, current in the time we are living. Is something that I feel very much as something as a really very important moment to be confronted in our time with those two words, peace and conflicts. The third word that is sustainability, brings us directly to our key theme. So the idea of the ocean and seas in geographical thought that is directly connected with the Osaka conference. And it is promoted by different IGU commission. First, the History of Geography Commission, were the initiator, and then the Commission of Gender and Geography, of Political Geography, the joint IGU-ICA Commission on Toponymy, and the Commission on Tourism, Leisure, and Global Change. So we see really a lot of point of view and interdisciplinary approaches. The conference will be held in Milano, in the University of Milano-Bicocca, Italy, in the 6th and 7th of June. And then there will be a post-conference in Venice, starting on the 8th of June, going on from the 8th of 9th of June. In Milan, we have many opportunities and also many activities, but I must admit that something is missing, and this is the sea, the ocean. So we had to move on to a place where the sea is present. Also because the 8th of June will be the day of the sea. And this must be the World Ocean Day, and this must be celebrated in front of the sea, I believe. The conference in Venice will be held in collaboration with the Ca' Foscari University of Venice and TBA 21 Open Space, that is a research center fostering a deeper relationship with the ocean, especially through the lens of art. So also another point of view to inspire all kind of care and action for the ocean. And this will be on the 8th and 9th June in Venice. We saw that this plurality of commissions who are fostering our conference will give especially this interdisciplinary accent open to many kind of lenses and point of view, to see the ocean and sea as some very complex and relational object of our geographical study. The idea of the ocean and sea in Milan started also in connection with the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development that will be held from 21 to 2030. And so here we come again on the topic of sustainability. So the Godfrey before says that the sea is history. And this will be our starting point. For centuries, the sea has been seen as a way to connect, but also to divide people and separating culture. So in the history of geography, we saw the earliest study were made by maritime nations with the idea of exploiting for colonial or military reason the sea, or with economical reason. And recently, the debate on ocean and sea is current on non-state geopolitics of hybridity on all kind of connection with global change and climate change. The idea of marine complexity is also a connection between physical and human geography. And it has also an education value that we find on the idea of ocean literacy. Furthermore, we see that the ocean and seas are at the moment very present in all debate on sustainability, a central issue about sustainability and climate change. Our aim is to put together with this great variety of thematic sessions and point of view, intervention from all kind of branches of geography and critical thinking. I can also remember being a historical geographer, and also to conclude my presentation, that the ocean is, as one of my preferred historical geographer taught us, is a main metaphor of a universal human brotherhood, been considered as a grand common basin in which all different individual streams converge. So with this thinking of Élisée Reclus, we can come back to the idea of peace, of conflicts, and also to try to find new way to understand and manage our ocean. So the theme presented and the session presented will range to a multitude of themes, from the history to diversity, to imagination, heritage, and then also planning, climate emergency, and adaptability and resilience. And with this, I think I have at least started to invite you to be present to a conference. And I remember also the very important meeting that we have been organizing together as bridging events between the two conferences on the 19th of May. So thank you
very much. Thank you. So at the end of this session, I would like to make some closing remarks. Well, this was successful, right? Okay, thank you. I hope so. However, I had difficulties organizing a hybrid conference. It was much harder than I had thought, right? Even though we have sort of technical support and things like that, it's really hard to have hybrid conference. You know, I I don't want to do that anymore. It's so difficult. So take this lesson, please, okay? You shouldn't do hybrid. It's so hard. And it takes a lot of money, actually. But the importance of in-person meetings, like Boy said last night, yeah, we are glad to have in-person conference, right? It's more intimate, encouraging, and rewarding. Yeah, I'm really glad to meet you all here in Osaka. I'm going to have publication project, so I'm going to sort of send all of you call for contributions later next week or sometime. And if you are interested in joining our publication project, please contribute your paper, right? Okay. I'd like to thank all the local organizing committee staff. Come in. They are too shy. You have to come in. Great, yeah. They work so hard, but extremely efficient. I'm really glad to have you all here. Thank you very much for your cooperation, assistance. Right. Thank you. And also, I'd like to thank ARK staff for broadcasting. Thank you. Thank you all very, very, very much for participating in this and supporting this conference. Thank you very much. So, see you again in the coming meetings. Thank you very much. This is the end of the conference. Thank you. Okay, I had to make a quick announcement about, so one is we have a lot of cookies and cakes and left in the room. So please bring back to your family or friends. Yeah, it's free. Take it. And as I said before, if you sign up for dinner at Kansai Kenshu Center tonight, I'm going to explain how to get there, so please go to have dinner there. And after this, I'm going to have a briefing for the unbelievable, I'm still organizing this for the next 3 days, field trip to Okinawa. So I'm going to explain about this. So please stay here. I start in 10 minutes, okay? So then 6:20, I start briefing for the field trip. Thank you. Thank you very much.